Here we go now. Batman scoop on the mic, mixing the mix on the wheels of steel. This is what I was fucking born to do. Next, let's go.
Mm. work complete, are headed back to the lab.
Testing. 1, 2.
Diane, it is 4:28 a.m.
You should have something for us by now.
Athan Lewis 10 just followed.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Okay, I'm back. I need to reduce some of that velocity. Maybe by the radius. I think the cooling rate needs to get lowered. Hey, thank you for watching, whoever you are.
complete are headed back to the lab.
Testing. 1, 2.
Diane, it is 4:28 a.m.
We should have something for us by now.
Lusal's just followed.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Lusals. Hey. What do you typically do? I'm doing a flamethrower in Houdini. So I'm kind of like just working on dialing in the detailed sim. So I did like a pretty low res one that kind of gets the overall shape. And then now I'm trying to get one that has all those nice fine details. So I can kind of show you this one. So this is just kind of like a low res simulation that kind of gets the motion. And like some of the reference I'm watching is like the slow-mo guys, like pull this up. Yeah, so just kind of like tried copying some of the motion that he was doing to get like some of the look, and then now I'm just kind of doing some more of the R&D, and it's all kind of like being emitted from this liquid sim. So there's like this liquid sim that kind of pours outwards, and it kind of matches that motion, which this image sequence doesn't have, but you can kind of see it here. So like, I think it's this camera angle. Yeah, it's this one. So like, just trying to get something that kind of matches the motion, just so I can get a kind of a good reference. And then I have this other video that has like some people that were like putting different fuels together, like mixing diesel and gas to get like a mixture of looks. So ultimately the end goal is to get something, you know, that looks like a nice real flamethrower, but it's been just kind of dialing in the details now. So like this is like a fire that I made, just testing like details for fire here, and I think the details here are working. Now it's just kind of like fighting the motion for the flamethrower versus like fighting the motion for like the velocity that like that the I guess that the liquids are shooting out at. But yeah, it's been fun. It's something I've been doing, I think, for the last couple weeks, and I think we're finally getting near the end of it. Yeah, yeah, it is. So like, um, I don't want to like put too much of the smoke just because I want to do that as a post process. So all we're kind of working on is the flame details, and then I have another part of my setup that takes the simulation and like masks areas for a smoke simulation. So then I could dial in the smoke and the fire separately, because there's some things that like fire simulations, like they use stuff like shredding that like it could really destroy like the look of smoke. So if you like, so my take is to try to do it separately, which I have some more flexibility later on. But yeah, I'm kind of just working on this high res one, and I'm kind of redialing in some of these forces in here to for like wind and stuff. So I was testing some stuff because I have like an edge mask on my particles, and thank you. What do you typically do? I saw that you've done some streams too. Play games. Yeah. What games do you typically play? I think I saw League of Legends on your profile. Yeah. Oh, nice. Cool. What do you want to like I guess do for like a job? I guess chemical engineering. Yeah, that's normal. That's cool though. I'm guessing that has like a lot of math and science. Yeah, a lot. Yeah, I my job is like kind of technical, but I don't know really. I'm not that good at math, so I just kind of like wing it. Uh, that's cool though. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. What I'm doing is like I guess more of like an artistic interpretation than like accurate. Like um but I mean it's a lot of just me like especially like in film, like a lot of artists, you know, that are given certain tasks, it's just like us watching reference all day. Or like the client might have like a specific set of reference. So um like this is kind of like my emitter for the flamethrower, and like these different colors are like representing different fuel types. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah. um yeah, so I have like a bunch of colors here that like red, green, and blue, and I have some like artistic controls, but the red, green, and blue kind of represent different types of fuel. So like this is kind of like my emitter. So like the red is our like napalm, and then green is gas, and blue is diesel. Because I know like napalm is like more of a viscous fluid that burns for like a long period of time, and gas or diesel is kind of similar. It's not as viscous, but it takes more like a hotter temperature to burn it. And then I have a gas, which is like very easy, like it sprays and kind of burns up immediately. So like this is what kind of the simulation looks like, and you can kind of see like the different. I don't think I have too much of the diesel. I don't really know what I want to use that for yet, but yeah, you can kind of see the look of it that happening. So you can kind of see all the gas, and then the napalm kind of like going out with some of the diesel. So it's not like it's not what I imagine would be like entirely accurate, but I think this might be close enough. But yeah, now I'm just kind of dialing in the rest of the simulation, which is I'm trying to add some more divergence, so like it the flames expand like after a certain point of time, because like it needs to be like super thin coming out, and then, you know, ignite and get bigger. Oh, yeah, let me look that up. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, so it's like the CAD type of software. Yeah, or the C, I forgot the name of it. The CFD, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, actually I had a guy like maybe a week ago when I was streaming that he's studying the same thing for that, to do CFD simulations. So it was pretty interesting getting like, you know, showing like the artists workflow of it. uh, but yeah, it's that's cool. Like, so fire is like one of the least things I'm like experienced with, at least in my field, like doing these type of simulations. So, and I'm kind of like in between work right now, so I thought I'd get kind of better at it. Um, so like there's like this sim that I ran that's just a couple seconds, not the full one, um, but yeah, I've done a lot of like water and like destruction type of simulations, which those are pretty fun. Um, and water can get pretty technical too in terms of like the amount of layers in the scale that it's like simulated at, which is cool. And like fire, I think it's kind of the same. Like there's a lot more like technicalities with like wind, I guess, because it's like, you know, like temperature and wind combining. So yeah, this has been pretty fun. I'm hoping to wrap this up soon because I kind of want to do like an open ocean type of effect. Yeah, it's very explosive and fast. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm fighting right now. It's like I want to, like, this simulation I've ran at the top left corner is like had a really high buoyancy, so you could really feel those flames like tearing and lifting up. But if I do that with the flamethrower motion, it kind of looks a little weird. So I've been trying to fight like, or find like the perfect like middle ground, if you know. But yeah, this has been pretty fun. Yeah, thank you. Oh, thank you. That, I mean, I appreciate that.
Tonusk2 just followed.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Tonusk2. Yeah, I got 20 followers now. Thank you guys. That stuff's loud. I'm sorry about that. Maybe I'll just have to remove that one.
Here we go now. Batman scoop on the mic. Mix in the mix on the wheels of steel. This is what I was fucking born to do. Next, let's go.
Yeah, hopefully these details hold up. I think I just need to add the divergence back in and do a full... I'll start the sim up again. Cool. Keep an eye on that. And I have a tool I could be working on too in the meantime. That doesn't seem right. Looks nothing like the detail. Pyro too hard. Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. It's fire is like I think one of the harder ones to do. Yeah, it's probably my least area of expertise in Houdini. Like I'm comfortable with like any other pyro simulation. But yeah, fire is a tricky one. Okay, so this is just like a viewport issue. Okay. Yeah, I'll add that divergence. Oh, that divergence is back. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't done too much grooming, but I know that can get technical too, like with making like the different types of like hair patterns and stuff. But that's yeah, that's cool though. I haven't done too much of that. I done a lot of like destruction and like water effects. But yeah, this is like pretty much what I'm working on now. Just to try to recreate like this kind of rolling like flamethrower effect. And this is just kind of like a static fire. But I can show some of the other progress that I've done. Like, yeah. Yeah, the best thing I've done is like just keeping like a repository of like hit files just in case I need something that I haven't done, done before. But I guess that's what's nice about doing like development and like personal projects, because you're getting a lot better at doing like that specific thing. I think that's the same. Yeah, it's like this is like a really old version, which wasn't really reading that well. Like the scale and everything's pretty bad. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, this is like an earlier version too, where like it's kind of cool, but not like quite there yet either. But I ran like a bunch of wedges too, so where's my videos? There they are. Yeah, it did feel off scale. Yeah. So like I just kind of like took every. Oh, why did VLC have to do that? Guess I have to have the same one open. Oh well. Yeah, you can kind of see here. I went over all the parameters um with this like the gas shredding and just kind of like test certain things. Like this was just the scale. So you can kind of see how much it's disturbing the fire, and then I ran another one for uh like the squash and stretch values. So yeah, after kind of running all of those, I got this result um with like the settings that I liked. So now I have like I'm using these settings, but trying to apply that to the flamethrower and um and drink some water. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is feeling a lot better. So it's just taking that and um put that up there. Let's close that. So the whole progress right now is like with the flamethrower. As I'm getting this simulation here. So it's kind of like my flip emitter that I've made. And then each color represents like the different fuel types. So there's like gas, diesel, and napalm. So like the napalm is the one that like lives a lot longer. So like ideally that would like stick to surfaces and stuff. And if I had to like run another sim for like a wet map or something for what it sticks on. But that's just like a standard flip sim with like some custom forces in there, and then making it into an emitter here for the fire. And I'm pretty much just sourcing burn and divergence. And I'm using a low res sim, so like this is like my low res fire sim that I'm using the velocity from this simulation to advect the higher res simulation, so then I can not worry too much about the motion, and I could worry more about the details with the higher res sim. So like the low res one is reading kind of like the way I would want it to. It's just, yeah, now it's just a matter of getting that high res one to read with like all the proper details, and then take all of that and then run a smoke simulation from that. So then I could dial in the smoke separately, and yeah, and then I mean then it's like shading and rendering, which that's going to be a whole other thing to do. I think I lost. How long have you been using Houdini for? $3 years. Nice. Yeah, this will be my. I think I've been using it for 10 years, but 2 of those years were in school, so 8 years like in the industry. Yeah, so this sim might work. I'll have to let it play out though. I think it's still missing some like micro flames. Yeah. Yeah, you do learn way more on the job though. Like that's what I kind of like about it. Especially like, you know, when you like, you know, from your leads and stuff and they give you setups. You get the render scheduler. Okay, 14%. What studio are you working for? Okay. Oh, nice. Was it which was it the newest season? Or what episode? Oh, okay. So it hasn't come out yet. Cool. Yeah, that's a pretty fun show. I know I have a couple friends that were at Blur and worked on a couple of them, like the first and second season. Those were like super cool. Um, which is nice because you know, like animation needs that type of push for like that, you know, I guess more like adult content. In terms of like, I guess 3D animation, like maybe not, you know, like there's plenty of like crude anime out there, but yeah, yeah, that's cool though. So getting some nasty shredding here. That's not ideal, but I guess the values are going to be so low anyways. My infection still That might be. This actually might work. We'll see. This needs to get resolved, but I might be able to do some like post shaping. Now we just wait for the good caching and hope the rest of it looks good. But this might work. Maybe it needs more divergence so it expands over here. I don't know. I feel like it's not expanding enough. But I could be crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. We'll add that, yeah, not nice like darkening. Also, yeah, I'll hope that darkening effect. Which the one I really want to copy is this middle one, but that's like, yeah, there's a lot of smoke in that one. And there's like some really nice like tendrils in the flames too, or from like all the soot, which that could be cool, like taking some extra points and emitting some like fine tendrils. Yeah, the smoke, I think that's, I might have to dial that a little bit more, but I think I have that already in a like a nicer spot. It's just I want to get one of these newer sims out, because I think this, if this sim is like good enough, I might try taking that and rendering it with the smoke sim, and then go back and adjust things if I have to. But yeah, I think overall this shapes are reading. Like, I don't know if I go to the what's that? Like, because I was looking at reference from the slow-mo guys too. But yeah, like theirs is like very like round. Like, I look at those shapes. Like here, yeah, there's not like enough expansion, I think, happening. Like, I think this is fine, but yeah, I think it needs more of that expansion. And then that, yeah, that smoke will complete it. It's tricky. Well, I think the details are working again. It's just oh yeah, this was an older one. It's a little crazier now. Turn down the intensity. Yeah, like, yeah, if I go here, yeah, you can kind of see there's a lot of details in here. A lot of what I'm doing though is like some custom micro solvers. Like, I rebuilt the gas temperature and like added some extra controls to it. But a lot of this is just like shredding, like dialing in the shredding. And then I'm testing some other stuff too. Like I'll go inside actually. So like it's pretty much the temperature is coming from the flame. And then I'm dialing in this divergence here. So that will cause that expansion that should happen. And then inside it's a little messy. So like where to start? So I guess this is the best explanation. So like for the custom temperature stuff I'm doing, like I pretty much have theirs turned off. Like I just have their buoyancy set to 0. And like you can actually look at like any of the like all their microsolvers, like the way they solve stuff. Like if I do a new pyro solver here, and I'll just break it and go inside the pyro solver. So like if we go inside here, like the pyro solver is actually just a smoke solver. It just has built-in functionality that side effects implemented into it. So like if you go here, there's like that's the flames, disturbance, shredding, turbulence, which might be the flames. Or no, it's actually one more inside. So if you go inside the smoke solver, there's something, the buoyancy. So all the temperature is using is this gas buoyancy node. Yeah, yeah. So if you have any questions, just let me know and I'll try explaining it. But yeah, so temperature is just using this gas buoyancy node, and that's just using temperature, and it's adding the raise to the velocity. So what I'm doing is I have built this gas temperature subnetwork. And this one I've kind of added more functionality because the other one was just taking the temperature. So if we go inside here, this is taking the current temperature and calculating the maximum. So finding what like the hottest value, or sorry, it's taking this flame value and storing that as a maximum temperature. And then here I'm making another parameter, or this gas match field. So gas match field lets you, if you reference one field, you can make a copy essentially. The same as like making an attribute with like scripting. So this is like the temperature max. And this is just creating the field. And then I have this gas match field here that's taking the temperature and creating a heat field, which that's what the old pyro used to use. There was a heat field instead of the flame field. And then here I'm calculating the max temperature with the gas calculate node and storing that in the temperature max. So we're creating the temperature max field here and referencing a field that's similar to it to initialize it, and then storing the data here with the maximum calculation. And then by having the min and max value, you can normalize that to a ramp and have like a ramp parameter control it. So then here I'm adding the gas buoyancy, which is just taking velocity and temperature. And then I also have a gas dissipate node that is dissipating that temperature. And then we have some other controllers here, which I have currently disabled. So it might be a little confusing, but basically instead of calculating the temperature field for the buoyancy, we're using the flame field because that's the normalized temperature field. And then you could fit that in a ramp here and adjust the cooling rate accordingly. So there's like a little bit more functionality, and actually I think this stuff needs to be turned off or turned on. Yeah, so yeah, that's just calculating my temperature, and then that's how like I'm getting these like nice shapes here in this fire. So I have a really high buoyancy, and then the shredding is taking care of like cutting up the flames. And then what else? So I won't get into this one. This one is an experiment I'm testing. Basically what I'm doing is calculating the curl velocity from the curl from the temperature, or the curl velocity, and multiplying that to the temperature field, and then advecting the simulation with that curl velocity from the temperature, and also calculating the speed and the flame mask to isolate where that detail is getting applied. So ideally what this was doing is finding the edge of a pyro simulation and ejecting curl velocity to add more details on the edges, which I think it's kind of working. I did some like earlier tests, like, let me open that up. So let's just kind of go through the versions here. Yeah, not that one. Yeah, so I think this one, so this one is just using that curl velocity, turn off faces. So I'm getting some nice shapes just by injecting it and then calculating it by that flame. So then, you know, as the flame gets colder, it's applying that detail to those edges. And I think I had another one where I needed to introduce more of that masking. So nope, not that one. Yeah. So this one, I was getting some weirdness happening down here, but like I really liked the way it was reading up here. So this was just like messing with that some more. Yeah, it feels very natural at the top. So my idea was to try to isolate, like, you know, by the edge and the flame and the speed as well. So only applying this type of effect where there's like high motion. So doing all of that, I kind of, you know, got like this result with also adding divergence. So like there's some flickering, but that's because of the way I was shading it in the viewport. But you can kind of get like a lot of that nice breakup like in this result here. So I have a very simpler example. So like I have an example of like doing like a smoke simulation and isolating like the edge of the smoke simulation and just injecting turbulence at the edges, which it's kind of the same thing that I did here. And then this is like the airfield advection. So I guess both of these are. So I have one that is using like a point cloud here. So the flip simulation, it's using a point cloud to find the particles from that flip simulation and apply more velocity to the smoke simulation by the particles. So you can get really like nice fine advection this way, because it's all based off of that point radius here. So yeah, it's just opening a point cloud from the flip sim, and then if it's within that radius, it grabs that velocity and then applies it to the velocity in the simulation. And then I have another thing here that is taking these the low res velocity, so like the velocity from the simulation, because a lot of like I'm sure you've dealt with this, but like doing some simulations in Houdini, you know, when you crank up that resolution, you like lose, like you might lose a lot of that motion that you were getting once the resolution's cranked up, and then like you're getting all the detail, but none of the like the larger motion. So a lot of times what we do in like production to simulate like larger scales is we will like simulate a low res one. So the low res one is going to give us like the overall shape language and like advection. So you can kind of see this is like our velocity here, which I probably need to address some of this stuff, but yeah, we're taking that velocity and importing it. So first I'm initializing an airfield by just taking the velocity field and making a copy of it, and then I'm storing I'm taking the velocity from the airfield in this wrangle and storing that in that air veil field. By also I've also clamped it, so then, you know, if there's too fast motion, I don't want it to destroy my current simulation. I just want it to push it, you know, in that direction. So I have some controls, and then also only applying this if it's within the flames. And then taking the current velocity in the simulation and advecting that airfield. So then you got velocity from both simulations interacting with each other, and then adding that back to the original velocity, and then projecting the non-divergent to kind of remove any like parts that are like swirling within like the grid, and then adding some dampening. It's like this is just advecting that fire for me, and then right here is just extra details. So I took the gas shredding details from this simulation and I've just applied it here, and then I took another one and added a lot bigger squash and stretch with a smaller scale just to add some extra like swaying motion. And then this gas vortex adds an extra like boost. So like you could target a specific vortice size or like curl velocity, and this will try to preserve it in the simulation to add extra like curl essentially, and then some dissipation. And we're dissipating the flame field, because if you basically like the flame field is mostly for shading nowadays, so you could remap your flame field and then multiply that to your temperature field, and then that gives you more of like the better look now in simulations. So yeah, that's probably a lot, but if you have any questions I can go back. Hi Raul. Yeah.
Rolgi just followed.
Yeah, sorry. I teach at Noman's, so like I went to school at Noman and I teach at Noman, so I teach mostly destruction there, but yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so yeah, I want to do more like personal projects in streaming, and like streaming it and then maybe making like a workshop that's more polished and publish it on YouTube. So then like, you know, you could see the whole process live of building it, and then you could see the more polished thing on YouTube with like the actual like hip file when everything's done. So yeah, since our industry's kind of in a bad spot right now. But yeah, that's pretty much everything. Could go back and scale this window down. I'm sorry if that was too much. But I guess I tend to overcomplicate things in Houdini and like really try to understand like what everything's doing under the hood. Because I think at the end of the day, like, you know, the more you understand, like, you know, what the pyro solver does, or the RBD stuff does, like, you know, you get a better understanding and a better like sense of like how to control that type of stuff. Which I get, like, yeah, pyro is like my least area, but yeah. Yeah. Are there any parts of pyro, Raul, that you like the most? Or sorry, parts of Houdini, not pyro. It's been quite a day. Oh, the curl veil. I could show you. I think this is my tests. One of my tests that I did. What is going on? Oh, that's a different test. Yeah. Hold on, let me open my wedging file. So the curl veil test that I was doing is something I read someone doing online. So I just gave it a try, and it does give you nice results. Let me open my file. Wedges. Yeah, pyro and flip. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, coding in Vex and Python's like super powerful. I use it. I use Python a bit, but like more for like smaller tools. But yeah, like I use Vex a lot too. The next project I want to do, I think, is more of like a water. I want to do like a water focused one. I've done a lot more water simulation and in the field of like of working, but yeah. I can actually show you guys my reel if that's something you're interested in. Make sure the audio is turned off. Yeah, so this is my current reel. I'll go full screen. So yeah, I worked at Pixar on Elemental. I did this like head explosion here. And then I worked on some bad guy stuff at DreamWorks. I've mostly worked at DreamWorks for a lot of my career. like so water work for Gilman's. And then like some stuff for Trolls. And then I worked at Disney on Strange Worlds as well. So it was a lot of doing that Panda Pulse. And then like some stuff for How to Train Your Dragon. So I do quite a variety of work. I don't try to like I try to like specialize like in just understanding more of like, you know, Houdini, and now I've been like focusing more on like doing larger scale stuff. But yeah. So I did some like procedural sweat on bad guys, which that was kind of fun. And then on Strange World, I did all these like background pulse animations on the vines, which that was challenging. And then a plasma ball I did on Boss Baby. Some like procedural dust stuff. And then like, yeah, some more of these like Pando hits and some speed lines. So I kind of do like a bit of everything. I like doing destruction and like flip and pyro, like, you know, but I try not to be like that person, because sometimes there's like some people at the studio and they're like, I only do this one thing. And I try to, you know, be the Swiss Army knife of like, you know, throw something at me and I'll try figuring it out. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, my student work, like, this is my like first reel I did. This was like like maybe 9 months out of school, so I did like more like live action work. But this is like the reel that got me into DreamWorks from their like training program. So yeah, I worked at like Rhythm and Hues for a little bit. They're probably like the first studio that gave me like a good job, like a real job. So yeah, did some like Walking Dead stuff. So yeah, I mainly work in animation now, but it's, you know, things are changing always. So yeah, some terrible TV shows I worked on too, like The Mist. And this is like a commercial I worked on. Some more Fear the Walking Dead stuff. So yeah. Let me get more into the curl velocity. So I'm gonna turn off the shredding here and I'll disable. The job market's tough. Like, I put my 2 weeks in at DreamWorks 3 weeks ago. I just left because like the studio right now, it's like everyone's working on like the new, you know, the new movie, the Wild Robot, and like they told us all like, oh, you know, in 2 months, well, it was like 3 months, they gave us like a 3 months notice that everyone has to look for a new job. And it was right when the trailer came out, and we were all just kind of like pissed off, because it's like, you know, you want us to work for 3 more months, but then we also have to look for a new job like while we're working overtime, and like a lot of us are just over it, because it's like I'd rather find work. So I have some leads for a gig coming up, but I'm just kind of streaming right now, and you know, maybe maybe do that more. You know, so I'm not tied to like a project or something. But yeah, if we play this fire. Yeah. NPC's rough, man. Like, I worked at Mr. X in Toronto, which is it's like a brother or sister company than NPC. It did. And the strikes did not as like much because let me turn the music down a bit. Like, so with animation, like we maybe had like we had about 5 months of work when the strikes hit, and I think we actually had like maybe like 3 or 4 months. So when the strikes happened, like, you know, all the actors, they couldn't go in and record their lines. So what we ended up doing was like a lot of like the previs artists, they would just like voice their own lines. Like I mean, you know, they had the script, so they would, you know, write voice lines from the script that, you know, Jack, like on Kung Fu Panda, they're like, okay, well, Jack Black, you know, he's gonna say these lines, you know, and then he'd go in and say it afterwards. So like, you know, there's a lot of temp dialogue, and then that would be enough for like animation and all of us to get started. And then at the very end, they like had him come back right when the strikes were over and finish all of his lines, and the other actors too, like Aquafina and stuff. So the strikes didn't like totally kill animation, but what's happening with DreamWorks right now is and I fear, you know, it might happen with other animation studios where you know, all live action studios are, you know, chasing tax credits, and DreamWorks is starting to do that with their next film after this one. So you know, one of our films got canceled, and then they are outsourcing like 30% of Bad Guys 2 to Vancouver. So like an entire crew's worth, and then plus like that 30% are all have to look for new work. So basically they got rid of everybody except for the leads and the supervisors. So all the artists in every department are getting let go except for like maybe 1 or 2, which sucks. But yeah. And I mean, the strikes are finally like hitting everything now. Like the third floor did a lot of layoffs. And you know, it's got to be bad when Previs is doing layoffs, because the third floor, like they did everything, like a lot of Previs for a lot of different shows. So like the fact that they like reduced, you know, like kind of sucks. But yeah, NPC is a tough, like Mr. X, like in Technicolor, like they're a very toxic company to work for. Just because they value people coming right out of school, because they could take advantage of people and students, because, you know, they want to work on big and cool projects, so they'll take advantage of that. And then, you know, a year later, when there's like another batch of students, they'll take them in and lay off everybody. So it's tough, but like the good benefit of that is like you are working on a lot of stuff, so like by the time that happens, like you have a whole new reel full of work that hopefully is like pretty good to have on a reel. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. Like, just everything's just chasing tax. Everyone's just chasing like tax credits because they have to. So there's really no winning in the end, you know, and like which is sad. Up in this. Okay. So if I play this, we should start seeing the fire. But I'll show you what it's gonna look like. First, which I probably should crank up the temperature. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, don't slack off. But yeah, thank you for joining. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully I could do more of these. I'm trying to find a good schedule. I was doing some streams at like 3 a.m. and it was fine, but like having to like I was still working too, so it was just like a little tough, but I think early morning would be good. All right, see ya. Yeah, so this is kind of like a default fire sim. There's really no breakup happening yet. And then I was testing some curl velocity stuff, which is, again, it's just taking the normalized temperature, creating some extra fields, and then injecting that as a velocity field, or adding it to the original velocity field. So if I make this pretty high, it should start tearing up the simulation. But then there's a couple masks in here that are only trying to apply it to the areas that are like cooling off. So then, you know, as the flames start dying off, they get more turbulence added to them and like getting some natural breakup. I'm working on a flamethrower. I'll exit this file. So they're a little tricky because like I have this is kind of like a fire sim that I was dialing in here. So this is just kind of a slice of the temperature field to see those temperature values. And then these are, I was running some wedges of the fire simulation. So these are all like the parameters and the shredding that is contributing to the look of the fire here. Yeah, so I did some wedges just to kind of understand more of like, you know, the fire and like dialing in these details. And then I did some other tests. Like this was an earlier test, way earlier. You know, I was getting some weird behavior down here with some extra like advection stuff I was working on. But like I really liked how natural the flames were feeling up here. Like this is starting to feel a little natural, especially like the scale it was at. So now I'm kind of working on like a larger scale. Like, so this is like another simulation. Like you can see all the scales off here. Like this should feel a lot smaller compared to like the size of Tommy that we have here in the viewport. So I had that simulation, and then I took another pass at it and got something more that looked like this, which I think is more accurate to the flames. So now I'm taking all of this information, applying it to my flamethrower project, which if we go here, the first thing I worked on was like a fluid emitter. So go here. So it's just like a flip sim with some custom forces. Some stuff's trying to cook. I don't get it. There's a bug in Houdini that like sometimes it tries to cook the simulation even though when you're not previewing from it, which is frustrating. It's still cooking. Here, I'll just disable. Oh, nope, that was my mistake. There we go. So, yeah, this is just kind of the flip emitter. So, there's just different colors here that represent different fuels. Because some fuel will should live longer, like napalm, and like stick to surfaces. Oh, in the labs, yeah. I don't even think I have. Do I have the labs tools? I do. Yeah, I should probably add that. Yeah, I forgot that there's the labs one. I haven't used too many of the labs tools. But I know there's a lot of like handy ones. Oh, not in the main menu. Viewport. Windows Labs. Oh, there. Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Yeah, there's too many things in Houdini. Yeah, so this is just kind of like all the mixture of fuel, and it's basically just setting different life. So when the fuel, like when the liquid's emitted, they're grouped to a certain fuel type. So it's just one test for emission, and then putting that into a low res simulation. So this is like a low res fire sim. And a lot of times with like Houdini, if you want to get sim stuff at a higher, like a larger scale, it's better to simulate a lower resolution first, and then you could take the velocities from the low res and apply that to the high res. So then you get the motion from the low res on top of the high frequency detail for the high res. So if we go to here, like this is kind of the sim I'm working on now. I think I have a cache kind of going. Just kind of dialing in the details. Let's see how many frames I have. So I have like 30 frames. So we'll preview that. This. So there's some things working. There's some things I'm not too happy with yet. Yeah, this one right here is the high res. So like we're getting a lot more. You're getting more detail, but it's not quite the way I'm happy with it, especially with like looking at the reference. So that's kind of what I'm doing now, is trying to dial in that high res. So I might lower the resolution a bit. Thank you. Yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, so once the high res sim is done, the next steps for that are to simulate the smoke and then get more into the shading aspect of it, because the shading is going to take it a step further too. But I just want to make sure I'm getting the right shapes, like the right shape language that matches like these reference videos. Which some. Oh, you know what's happening? I think it's viewing the and the viewport, the low res. Yeah. I should probably reset Houdini because the RAM's almost at its limit too. We will do that. So I'll just reopen Houdini. How much RAM do I have? So I have 128 gigs of RAM, and then I have a 3090 GPU, and then I have a 32 core Threadripper, which is nice for like, you know, multi-threading and Houdini. I think I maybe got this computer like 2 years ago, and I really haven't used it a lot for Houdini. It's I bought it for Houdini and then I played games mostly. Okay. Which, it's not always a good thing to have a lot of RAM too. Yeah, that's actually a good machine. Yeah, well, so one thing you might want to do, like, your RAM is probably fine, honestly. Like, I would, like, especially like since you're like gonna be building like a reel and portfolio, like, I wouldn't go get 126 like or 128 yet. Like, mainly because like it's good to optimize, and like if you have 128 like me, like you could get in that like pickle of like, oh well, you know, if it's taking 64 gigs of RAM, like, because at a studio, like not every machine is gonna have like 128 gigs of RAM on it, like depending where you are, like you might, but I mean, if you like, you know, if you got the money for it, go for it. But that's one thing I kind of like learned in school, because like when I was in school, like I think I only had machines, like I was lucky if I had a machine with 64 gigs, but I know like now it's, you know, it's a lot cheaper and stuff. What is happening? I'm trying to think this is like a viewport. Oh no. Okay, so there's something happening here. Honestly, it's probably the divergence. Yeah, well, oh yeah, well, Flip's one of the ones that is gonna always need RAM. Yeah, so I mean that is a good point. Yeah. Depending on what you're doing, yeah, like especially for high res flip sims, yeah. I think all those shots on Gilman's I did with Ruby Gilman, those all used a lot of RAM. But I did some optimizing, like simulating with like simulating a low res ocean, and then isolating areas for like high res splashes, like big splashes. Which like that stuff kind of helps, like. But yeah, flip's pretty heavy for that. Hopefully we could figure out what's happening here. Well, what's it doing? I'm just gonna start unplugging everything. Okay. So it's, make sure it's not that D2. Okay. Honestly, it's probably that. Okay, so we're getting our temperature, which I'm going to turn down all the buoyancy for now. And then I'm going to turn the divergence and just set that to 1. And then if I visualize the divergence, there we go. Okay. So we should only see the expansion happening in this area. And if that's the case, I'll turn that up, maybe to 3. If you have any questions about anything I'm doing, let me know, and I can cover it. Okay. So right now I'm just testing that expansion rate from the divergence. So we shouldn't see really too much expansion happening here. And then as flames travel out further, we should see that expansion that's going to give us that like explosive feel to it, which maybe I'll have that sooner. So maybe we'll do something like this. It's actually used a lot. I'm not typically using it just because like I like to try to figure this stuff out with Pyro. And I know like Axiom's a lot faster. But everyone uses it. It's more or less like if the studio has a license for it, or if the studio is paying for a license, like, Like at DreamWorks, there's no Axiom license, so people can't use Axiom there. Even though like some artists have like requested it when I was there. So like some studios, like bigger studios, might not be trying to use it, or they have their own proprietary stuff. But yeah, I mean, Axiom's good. I went to school with the guy who made Axiom. He graduated like 6 months before I did. Really, really smart dude. Okay, so let's test. I just like Pyro because like I don't know. I'm like I feel like I'm a little more invested, I guess, in like understanding how microsolvers work. But yeah, Axiom's good. Like their Discord's pretty helpful too. I'm in there. Yeah. Yeah, I think Pyro is just like it could be a little more confusing, and I know Axiom, like, since like there's a lot of speed like boosts with it, just because of the way it's optimized, and a lot of the stuff that I'm doing here is like stuff that's already pre-built, like adding like extra details like on the edges. Like I know like a lot of that is pre-built into Axiom, so like a lot of those super nice details like are like the stuff that I'm trying to dial in here that's already like dialed in pretty well in Axiom. Oh, okay, there's some expansion happening. That's good to know. It's still super slow. There we go. So it might be too much when it's emitting, but at least we're starting to see it happen. So I'm gonna enable or add the buoyancy back to the temperature now. Hmm. Hopefully this. There we go. So you can kind of see all the extra steps I'm doing in here. So we're seeing the divergence occurring and adding our expansion, and then now we're seeing our temperature rise. And it has a pretty low cooling rate, so it shouldn't cool off as fast. But I think I want to lower the divergence so it happens again later on. So I'll go to here, and I'm kind of controlling that by the age of the flip fluids. So here I'm kind of adjusting the overall age for the divergence. So maybe something like this will be better. And then I want to kill it off at some point. So maybe do something like this. So then, yeah, so as it starts tearing up, there's less and less. So I should look like this. Okay. Yeah. I think the closest hub to you would be like London, which I think since you live in Spain, you would have I think you would have like EU rights to work in London, right? Yeah. Yeah, so like maybe like that's probably like what I would try. London or Canada. I mean, even Australia, like those are like the most of the work, like the on the big productions are done there. Like in the States, it's mainly just advertising and animation. Like, and it's so like it's so competitive here for animation. And like the visa requirements to get like a green card here are ridiculous. Which is not impossible. Like I know, like I've met quite a few people that like they yeah. Like I know some people that they moved from like England to a studio, like a smaller studio in the States that will sponsor them, and then they'll work there until they get their visa, and then apply for the bigger studios in the States once they have like their green card. But like Canada, yeah, Canada and Australia are a little more lenient. Or I don't know about Australia, but I know Canada, like as long as it's not Montreal, like it's a little more lenient for like getting a visa. But yeah, if you like have worker, like if you could just work in London, like that's huge, because you have like ILM and like Frame Store and like all the big hubs there. And a lot of that like really good advertising work is done there too. Like that might be a good thing too. Like yeah, DNEG, yeah. Like yeah, so like when you make your reel and stuff to apply, like, you know, I would do all the types of effects that you want to do, you know, because at the end of the day, like that's going to be what they hire you for, is like what you do on your reel. But also like if like studios like ILM, they look into a lot of like hiring people that work in like commercial and advertising, because it's like a super fast-paced environment. So that's one thing to kind of know, like especially like, you know, once you want to like build your reel um, to apply to those bigger studios. Like if you have like a lot of experience working in advertising early out in your career, like you'll get really quick, like good at like fast turnaround environment. Because then when you work at those bigger studios, you have like a little bit more time. Yeah, well, so one thing to know is like FX TD or like Houdini TD, like those could just be title differences at those big companies. A lot of them could be like the same exact job. It's just like a different title. Like at Pixar, they gave everyone like an FX TD title, and you know, like DreamWorks, everyone every effects artist got an effects artist title, and like at Disney, all the effects artists get like an effects animator title. Like they're just different titles. Like it's more of like just reading the job the job description. Okay, so we have the divergence, all of that good stuff. I'll reduce that, and then we could turn up all of our cool detail stuff now. Yeah. Yeah, like that's one thing to know too, like the Technicolor like NPC, like they have so many like fake titles, like to give people um like to try to convince people to stay. It's pretty ridiculous the amount of like their senior artists there are called like key effects artists, and like that's not a title anywhere else. Like that's just the way they like label their like mid to senior artists to put them in the same pay bracket. So I think what's happening is I have probably too much velocity, and it's destroying like any detail in the simulation. So I've worked in the industry for 8 years. Yeah, coming up on my 9th year in August. And then I learned I was 2 years, I was in school for 2 years, and then yeah. Okay. I think it's pre-ad. Okay, so if I set this to 0, shouldn't get any advection. Yeah, El Ranchito is good. Yeah. Yeah, there's an artist that I follow, Carlos, I think it's Parameter. He was there. Yeah, I remember when I was at Rhythm and Hues working on like Game of Thrones and The Walking Dead. He was doing like, oh nice. Yeah, he was working there and he did like some of the insane shots on Game of Thrones. I remember. I've actually bought some of his setups for like water effects that he's made. He's a really smart dude. Yeah, like there's like I think this one. I haven't gotten this one, but I had like the previous version. But like that, yeah, he's like super knowledgeable, and yeah, I remember him being there, like he was working there. Um, but that's awesome, yeah. See, that might even be good too to like work there, cause like I don't know. So one tip of advice that I've kind of learned throughout the years, like it is cool working on like the huge projects, but like at a certain point, like it's sometimes it's a little better like working with your friends. Like you've like made, I mean, you'll make like, you know, lots of friends working in production. Um, but sometimes it's like there's a lot of like politics that can happen at like larger studios with like leads and soups and um, which isn't fun. But you know, I think as long as you're happy with the work you're doing, like that's the ultimate goal. Yeah, I think the details are working. Well, we'll see. I don't. So it's right now. It's not getting a lot of that velocity from the LoRa sim. Which that's the tricky part. And then, yeah, I want to crank up that divergence again. So I'm just gonna crank that up to 20. And then we're gonna do 50% of the low res velocity. Not entirely. Like, I I kind of like put myself, I guess, between both. Like, I don't like understand a lot of like complex math, but then I don't like drawing. Like, I love like simulation because it's just like it's like the blend of both, you know, and watching reference is like the only way you can really watching reference and understanding like how both like the art side and the math side work together. So that's what I really like about it. And like procedural animation, yeah, I can't recommend it enough. Like any demo reel projects you want to do with like water or like anything, like having like references that you're always watching is like the best way, because you'll start picking up things, especially like in the Sims, like like, oh, like these parameters are gonna like get me that look in the reference that I need. Especially too, like if you do like destruction effects, like I know like some places they like they make you like there's that school in Canada called Lost Boys, and I really love their destruction effects because they match the references. So they make a whole demo reel project where they're just matching the reference, and it's really unique because it's not like some tutorial that they're copying, and then like the way their fractures look or all, and like the way the motion is all dependent on what the reference is doing, which I think is cool because like in live action, like people are gonna give you, yeah, Lost Boys is awesome. Yeah, and like live action, people are gonna give you like references to look at and use, and that's always good to like, to know. Like that's a skill on its own. It's being able to look at a reference and know how to get that same look in CG. But yeah, I wasn't a good artist. I hated drawing. Like, I still don't like drawing that much. Yeah, well, Noman, like, they make you submit like a art portfolio, and I was doing a lot of like motion graphics when I was like still in school, like in high school. So my portfolio I submitted to Noman was actually like motion graphic stuff, instead of like traditional hand drawn effects. But that's another thing too, like in school, it's like the people like in your classrooms that you like become friends with, that like have the same passion as you do, like those people are going to help you. Like you might help them get a job, or they might help you get a job like in the industry. Like once you get to like a certain point in the industry, it's just about like who your friends are, and like, you know, if you have a friend at a studio and they could vouch for you, like you apply and then you just skip the recruiter. Like you just go right past the recruiter and then you just get the interview. Because most of the times it's like when you get a job interview in the industry, like the interview is more just to make sure you're a cool person. Like it's, you already pretty much have the job. Like if you're getting interviewed, and if you know, and if you don't get it, it's just because they might have not liked you in the interview or something like that. But at least from my experience, it's always been like that. Like most job interviews I've gone to in the industry, like I just got the job. Like and I guess that's like that's like the bad side of things. It's like, you know, because people, I see those like nightmare stories about like recruiters ghosting people, and like, yeah, it's, and I mean the main reason is for that because like most times when job applications are up, like, you know, the first people that get interviews are people that are friends with people that work there, and are like, you know, their friends trying to just get them a job there. I mean that's why it's always, you know, good to make friends with everybody. Because you never know who will help you. Yeah, networking. Yeah. I've had the other side of it too. Like when I was learning in school, or when my first like big job, I had a lead that like he refused to teach me anything. Because you know when you're a junior at a studio, like it's kind of like on the lead's job to help the juniors, you know, get better. And the lead I had like he didn't want to teach me anything at all, and it's funny because like when I went into DreamWorks, like that whole studio got shut down and he needed a job, and like I like told people at DreamWorks, they're like, you know him, right? And I was like, yeah, but like he was an asshole. Like he didn't want to teach me anything. And then they never hired him. Which like it's shitty, but it's like that's like the other side of the industry too, right? It's like just be nice to everybody, you know? There's no reason to like because some people that are older, they might want to like not show you techniques, and I'm not a fan of that. Like, you know, you're gonna learn it eventually with or without their help. So I'm gonna bring back some of that divergence. What school are you going to in Spain? What is it called? Oh, I see. Oh, so it's like an apprenticeship almost, right? Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Like that's even better. Yeah. Yeah, the one issue I'm like noticing with school, like teaching at a school, because I mean I teach at Noman, the like a destruction class there, and like it's so hard to like the class I teach. It's a like a 10-week destruction class that teaches like basically the students have to find like reference for a final project, and then they have 10 weeks to make a final project that's destruction in Houdini. And then I teach them like the first 4 to 5 weeks. It's all like this is like how you do destruction and all of that, and then the last 5 weeks it's just me helping them with their projects, you know, like on the day like of going to class, like helping them with like specific needs for their projects, which it's nice, but it's so hard to gauge like where students are at a school, because like you might have some students that are like very far advanced, and then you have some that like don't know Houdini that well at all, and it's so hard to like find that middle ground of where to teach, you know, because you don't want to like teach all you don't want to teach like all the advanced stuff, because then you're gonna give everyone else a headache, and then you don't want to like, you know, not teach the kids that are like doing really well. Yeah, it's tough. And I don't know, like sometimes like it's hard to blame the school, because like, you know, there's always going to be people that slack off. But yeah, I could see that. Like that's why I kind of like these like online tutorials more. Like I've taken a lot of like the Rebel Way classes. And like there's like the Double Jump Academy now that Urban Bradesco started up. Yeah. Yeah, hey Flowfields. Yeah. I now it's gotten to that point where like I start to recognize like which like students are excelling faster, and like I, you know, like when they show me their projects and they need help, like I'll go like pretty in depth with them, and then like, you know, the students that are struggling, I just try to make sure that they're understanding the fundamentals and like are getting that before I like, you know, blow up their brains with more stuff. Yeah, I had a teacher when I was at Noman. His name was Peter Clace. Super smart guy, like one of the most technical guys. Like I thought when I was like in school learning to be an effects artist, I thought I knew what I was doing, and then he taught the class and like blew everybody's mind, because it's like he was like on a technical level that all the other instructors weren't at, and it was tough because it's like I had like 6 months before graduating, and then to have a teacher like that, you know, like teach like really complex things. Like he taught a lot of like fuzzy logic, like doing like crowds with like birds, and then like he helped develop the Ant-Man crowd system at Method Studios for the first Ant-Man movie. So like he actually showed us a file with like the ant logic and like how they, you know, basically made the logic for it in it was like basically a bunch of VOPs in a SOP solver in Houdini, which was like super crazy and advanced. And I had a huge headache after the class was over, but it was such a good like exercise too, because like now like I still have those files, and every time I go back into them, like I understand more than he like when he was teaching. Crowds and grooming. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, like, I guess like if you're at a small studio, it's like you kind of have to know a lot of that depending on the needs. But yeah, crowds and grooming is tough, and then getting crowds with grooming is even tougher. Like with like CFX on the crowds. So this is coming along. I still need to mess with that expansion though. Like that's kind of killing everything. I had someone earlier, Flow Fields, that was also going to school studying the CFD simulation. Was it CFD? Yeah, they showed me this software, the Rand Sim. They're like, take a look at that. It's crazy. But yeah. It's like I guess more physically accurate. I don't really know how to describe it because I don't know anything about it. Let me turn. But it's basically like if you've seen those like CFD simulations. Yeah, more math. Same black magic. Yeah. Like CFD. Like if you took like CFDs, like if I do like airplane, I'm sure you've seen it, like the way the videos look, but it's like but I want to say it's used a lot like in production, like for like cars and airplanes to simulate like the airflow like along them to, I guess, to like simulate the efficiency of like the design. I think that's, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's like one way of if it's being used. Yeah, I think this one. Yeah. So like so you can kind of see this one here. But yeah, it's like, you know, they're simulating like the air. Like, I mean, it's, you know, we in Houdini we do similar things, but more like on an artistic level, I guess, or like visualizing it more on an artistic level. But yeah, like this is actually cool stuff. I'm sure it pays well too. Okay, so I'll do 90% of that velocity. Mine's more cool, I guess. Until you get a director that like gives you the wrong note and destroys the way it looks. Yeah. Well, I think that's what I really appreciate about like the studios like Weta that have their own in-house solvers, because like it still might not be like physically accurate, but it's physically accurate enough for an artist to take over and like stylize it, I guess. Which is I think that's interesting. Like I try to like when I do my simulations, I want to try to like make it physically accurate enough or like close enough, like matching like a reference. Okay, yeah, it was nice meeting you. Which I guess a lot of the detail that's getting killed is maybe it's I need more sub steps. Maybe that will help. Yeah, you might have missed it, Flow Fields, but I got like a way better fire look going. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so we got a little bit of a better fire going, with all like those wedges that I was running, compared to like this one, or like the scale seemed pretty off. So I'm basically taking the detail settings that I've made and trying to apply that to the flamethrower stuff now, which is a little tricky, but getting there. Of course, cranking it up doesn't help. So that's probably way too much.
Their work complete, are headed back to the lab.
Testing. 1, 2.
Diane, it is 4:28 a.m.
We should have something for us by now.
I should probably test my divergence now, since I cranked up the amount of density being applied. I'm gonna turn off the details and the temperature. Just test that divergence. Yeah, way too much. So guess I could do this and multiply each one separately. So the burn and the divergence. I guess it would be better to dial that here. Yeah, kind of fighting right now, like how much velocity to give the pyro sim, and then how much divergence I need to get that expansion. Which, that's looking a little better. So I'll maybe do like a divergence set to 4. Hey, how's it going? Or, yes, me, how's it going? It's going pretty well. Like, it's kind of the fire that we have now. I'm just trying to apply this. No, I didn't stream all night. I really couldn't. I woke up in the morning and like just couldn't go back to sleep. So I started streaming like at 6 a.m. So it's been almost we're about crossing over 7 hours. So hey, I recently started getting like people to talk to like maybe a couple hours ago. It was pretty quiet beginning. But I might stream for like another hour or two. We'll see. Cause I have some chores I gotta do and not work stuff because I'm still looking for work, but yeah. No, like I've been trying to find like a schedule. Yeah, like I think maybe me getting up earlier in the mornings is probably maybe the best thing, but I don't know. It's tricky. But yeah, we got a solid 8 hours, or we'll get a solid 8 hours today. So that might be good. Well, I'm still looking for work, and then once I think I start working again, I'll have to figure out how that schedule's gonna work out. Have you been doing more of the more driving? Two days per week? Oh. Oh wow. Hey, just a little practice, a little couple hours a day, right? Of all the safety, yeah. It's funny that when I first got my driver's license, um, my my mom is like terrible when it comes to driving a car in terms of like she speeds anytime she has the opportunity. And so she got a ticket uh where she had to like basically go to driving school again. Like she had to take some class and then have to take her test before they gave her back her license. And we both went on the same exact day. and I like studied my ass off for like the written test, and I got, they allowed you to miss like 6. Like if you missed more than 6, then you failed, and I missed like 2, and she missed like 10. It was hilarious because she had to go back again and like take it. She's like, I don't need to study. I know how to drive. It's like the laws change. Okay. But yeah, the flamethrower is getting close. Like just really finessing the sim. And then once this is done, it's gonna be doing all the secondaries. Just tough because it always seems like it's one thing or the other. You get like once you get like, especially with destruction, you know, like once you get that destruction pass, then it's like super easy to get all the other layers done. It's like that first like binding agent layer. But yeah, hopefully this is getting done soon. Because I want to do some like open ocean water stuff next. I found some like files to do like the open ocean effects with like boats, you know, like being animated on the water surface. So might do something like that next, which will be fun. Something I'm a little more comfortable with that type of stuff too. So it'll be fun getting the nice aware sim. Let me look that up. Oh, this loads. Oh, is it like, oh, you're literally working on like fluid simulation, right? Yeah, whitewater is crazy. Yeah. I want to apply some more of the techniques that I learned. Like, hold on, I'll pull up my reel. But like there's that stuff I did on Gilman's for the open ocean. So I want to take a lot of the techniques that like I learned this from a guy at Pixar, but it's like instead of running a regular whitewater sim, it's a flip sim, and then any of the water that lands on top of the ocean surface, there's a P-scale. There's a bunch of particles that are getting advected on the surface, and then that's how you control the repellent. So you can like art direct the repellent, because I don't think whitewater currently lets you dial in the scale of the repellents, so it's all uniform. For like by art directing it by P-scale, you can really like break it up and like get like really refined looking foam surface. So I want to combine some of this stuff with like that larger like splashes and get like really nice mists. So that'll be a fun one too. What is the where? What does where stand for? Hey, thank you. I guess. Oh, wait, I want to see what ChatGPT says if I ask ChatGPT. How's it going? Water management object? Hold on. This is what ChatGPT is saying. Flow over a wear structure. A wear is a barrier across a river or stream that alters the flow characteristics of the water. Simulating flow over a wear is crucial for various flood control. Oh, yeah, that's important. Flow velocities, pressures. Oh wow, that's interesting. That's crazy. So it's like, you know, you're literally like running simulations for like managing water. That's cool though. You're like the more like scientific version of, I guess, what effects artists do. That's awesome. Yeah, I think let's look at these details. Yeah, I think, I don't know. Like the tapering I think needs to get fixed, but I think the details are almost there. Let's see what happens. So I have this wrangle here that like it's supposed to calculate the min and max temperature, and then we could kind of control it here in this ramp. So I want to see what happens with the bake volume here. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we could definitely, I think, make this work. Because if we cut enough up, we'll get the nice flames. And then if we leave enough of those other areas, then we can get, yeah. I like it. Yeah, I think we can make this one work. So, I don't think you guys have seen some of the changes I've made. So I worked on the emitter a little better. So, I basically created like a, I guess something equivalent to like the nozzle for the flamethrower. And then I gave that a standard velocity in like the upwards direction, or yeah, so in the upwards direction, and that's like animated. And then I have a controller for animating the nozzle. And I tried to just recreate some motion from, where's that video? From the slow-mo guys. There's like this really good reference of like him like going upwards, some upwards motion with the flamethrower. So I thought that would be pretty cool to try to like mimic some of that motion and see how that plays out. And then I changed some of the stuff in the pop network. Well, so this is just a standard pop network, or actually no, I'm not, forget all the pop network stuff, I'm not using that. So we get the nozzle emitter here, the same gas stuff, and I did change some of the stuff in the flip solver. So at the end of it, we get a flip sim that looks something like this now. So we're getting like, you know, the different like liquids and mixtures. But I thought this is like a little more successful for the flip. And then if I needed to later, I could do like a secondary like wet map thing for the napalm. So then I can like, you know, if I need to catch the floor on fire with it. And then the emitter stuff is kind of similar. I ended up like making it these like lines that are being created, pushing them more towards the direction it's flowing, and then at noise up the end of the UVs. And then the low res sim didn't really change much at all. So like this is like what the low res sim looks like now. And then I think we're at that point to do the high res sim. And then I was working on a wedging tool too. An HTA for that, which I can kind of show. So I'll save this in cache. So we'll let that go. And I'll open up that other file. So yeah, I'll let that sim run today. I need to do some chores around my apartment, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Worse. Okay. So I have a couple like HDAs I've been working on, and I think what I want to do is like maybe publish them all out. So this is like a wedging one I've been working on, where I ideally like this tool would do like all of the wedging stuff, like tops that I kind of showed with tops. So you could like plug in, you know, under where you want to wedge, and the way it kind of works is the user could go to the node where the parameter they want to wedge. Like, so if in this case they want to wedge the dissipation on the pyro solver, they could just click it and drag it to this text here, and then that is going to get all filtered for the wedging attributes. So if I do a different one, because I already did dissipation, so if I do like cooling rate, and then we hit capture, then we could see the name gets changed to the parameter for wedging, and then the user could just set the range themselves here, and then just like any information for caching, so like the name, the version, like the file type for BGEO or VDB, seed, pre-roll, frame, and then if the wedges are either a simulation or geometry, they could click it here, and that will set the right parameters. I think I might need to take the presets here and put them down here. And then it has the top net control here, and then the main thing I wanted to do is take some of the tools for creating the UI, the wedge, and building it into the HDA so the user can create all the text they want, additional text, or, you know, if they just want to, you know, just the wedge parameter here, they could do that. And then there's the compare results here that I'm working on, where the user could specify if they want to, like, oh, they want to, maybe if it's like a whitewater sim and they want to combine multiple wedges, they could just specify like, oh, I want to combine wedge 0 with wedge 3, and then ideally, yeah, there's a publish take here that will, if they click it, it'll just make an MP4 with the combined wedges for them, or they can just keep a single wedge and then specify which one they want to keep, and then if they need to publish an MP4, they could publish it that way. And then there's also this compare results button that I want to make, so it will just make that wedge like the dailies comparison videos that like I've been comparing here. So like ideally it would make, yeah, oh, sorry, let me close this again. So ideally it would make something like this when they click that with the comparisons. So then it's just easier for like the artist, if they want to, like, you know, if they don't want to keep changing the node or like go on the top network, they could just make duplicates of the HDA and then just drag and drop that, you know, the attribute they want to wedge, and then they can quickly get the comparison videos. And if, you know, if they want to show that for rounds, or like, you know, show that to the supervisor for like a quick comparison, then, like, you know, you could do something like that. And then like if this is like at a studio, like my idea is to like, then like I would make this for myself here at home, and then when you know, depending on the studio I go work at, I could implement it for the farm submission. So then, you know, you could either do it locally with tops or submit it to the farm at the studio. So that's like the overall goal. And like inside here, I kind of already implemented the Python stuff for reading, like, so if the user sets to keep multiple, this Python node analyzes that here and then runs like a for each loop here, and then there's an attribute. If I go to this detail parameter, then it says that, oh, the user's like picked like 0 and 3. So there's 2 wedges total, but the ones we want to keep are 0 and 3 here. Oh, nice. Yeah, Python's like super cool for that. I want to like take it a step further, because I have a bunch of like small snippets like this. But like, yeah, I want to build like more like bigger Python tools, especially with like like using like PyQt to like build the UI and make like a friendly interface. So like, but this is pretty much just for reading back in the files the user chose. So if they choose single, it just picks the one file and the number that they pick here. And then this wrangle is just grabbing the name of the wedge. And then we have a top net here, and this is what runs all the wedging. So I need to fix some of it, because I saw there was a way people could add custom colors. So instead of it being green, I wanted to make it blue. And I need to find how to do that again, because I have it specified here, but I think it was, yeah, I'll need to find where to change that. But yeah, just something I'm working on, that I thought would be like a fun thing to do. So then, I'm making tools, but then also building like something for a workshop. So then maybe I could just have these tools and give them out for free for, for people that are watching the stream. But yeah, I need to figure out the top color again. What tools are you building, Flowfields? Or can you, if you have any like anything you want to share? Post-processing tools? That's cool. Yeah, Python would be great for that, because then you can like have Python automate and filter out any, any stuff you needed to filter. Without touching my mouse, yeah. That's the dream, yeah. That's what's so cool about Python. Like, I was working on like a big publishing tool at DreamWorks for like, because we always have this issue where like we needed to, show stuff locally, but then like push something out for like the other departments to use while we're still iterating on our work. And I built like a tool that like builds this like complex network essentially to like finds all of the cache nodes that I'm using to publish my data, and then just makes a copy of it, but changes like all the naming conventions. So then, you don't have to like, you just submit it all again to the farm and it just writes it out. But yeah, I ended up stopped working on that tool. I got it to a point where it would work for myself, but like if I had to explain it to anybody, I'd be like, you'd be better off doing some manual stuff. Top. I need to find the top coloring stuff, because that was so cool. I think I pull it up. I might have to search on Discord again. Hmm. Won't see it. I remember I saved a screenshot of like what to do again. This one? Nope. But yeah, it was basically like you could set a custom color here. And then somewhere on the top job, environment. Oh, I think it's this. So you can put custom color and the environment variable. And if I dirty all, no, missing. Hi, Grassham. Thank you. That's very nice of you. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a happy Friday. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to find that screenshot. That's frustrating. Someone did a thing on Discord where all these jobs like made an image so they could like plug in an image. Tops. Maybe search tops image. Yeah, that's frustrating. but yeah. I swear I had something to do like that, but then, or is it this one? Custom color. Hmm. Well, we could check the sim, I guess. We've 18 frames. Yeah. I think this is it. I think we could do some reshaping some of the fields. I want to check it too with the low res. So, yeah. Yeah, I'll let this one finish. This one shows promise. So yeah, our low res and then our high res. So we'll see what that looks like. And hopefully we could shade this thing to look cool. But yeah. It's gonna bug me if I don't find that image. Is in my documents. I saved it somewhere. I literally saved an image showing how to do it again. Just for when I knew I would forget it. Downloads. No. Old, relevant. Okay, there's probably not that many posts from when. Do you guys know anyone for maybe doing a raid that you watch? I haven't done one of those yet. I think that is that how you network on Twitch? You raid people? Okay, I don't think it was that old. Oh, I found the video. I could show it on Discord. So yeah, like someone used tops to make this and generate like images. It's like fucking crazy. I think I'm getting close to. Yeah, like this is another one someone did. Okay. Getting close. I think I know who the user is though, so I can maybe search by user. Okay, yeah, I'm all right. Oh, there it is. So what am I not doing? Is it really the Python script? So, yeah, create a float attribute. Network. View display. Oh. Well, that's lame. I guess you can't. Network task graph. Okay, I guess I'd have to do something in Python that sets it here in the task graph for the user. That's lame. But Yeah, if you put the custom color here, yeah, now they're blue. That's lame. Okay. Well, that's good to know though. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna save these out again. Just so I don't have to search. Oops. Ops. There you go. All right. Well, yeah, I think this will be it for today. Yeah, it's been almost, I guess I'm cutting short of 8 hours, but hopefully this week I could wrap this up. Um, and then maybe next week we do a water project. But yeah, I think our details are there now. So it's pretty crazy, but I mean, it's been a few weeks since I've been working on this one thing. But yeah, thank you all for watching and joining me. I'll see you all next time. I'll just raid someone randomly in the software and game development. See if there's anyone actually using Houdini. Yeah, I found someone. All right.